Hi, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Monday. Late Nick Arcata. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, hi, guys. It is Monday, and we have day 10 of Caron Read. So let's see what happens. Apparently, I've been told this is actually pretty good today. If you guys remember, Brian Albert was left on cross examination, and things were about to kick off. Um, mm, okay, that's weird. Hold on here. Sorry. You're telling me I filed something and it didn't file right. Like, I used literally what? Why isn't that? Whatever. Anyway, we are going to get started um, on Karen Reed. Brian Albert was testifying on cross examination, and we had to end it. And the judge ended a little early. I think we were starting to get to the good stuff. But here we go, chat. There's so many breaks during the day. That's good. That'll make it easier for us to catch up. So, Unhung Hero says, "Well, I'm gonna come." Don't come yet. Don't come. So apparently, the Trump trial, Michael Cohen testified today. That was really something else to see. I'm trying to be the most honest man in the world, but all right, guys. So here we go to Karen Reed, and we just finished Brian Albert. Let's see where we're at. Okay, we got our girl Celine Dion.
Counsel identify themselves, please.
All right, here we go. Oye, yay. Come gather round and be heard. I love that guy's little chant he's got to say. Just love it.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify
Why is
themselves?
this?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Why is this not working?
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor.
There we go.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. I'm told there's an objection to something you intend to use during
Is it?
cross.
Hold on. No.
Do you want to come over?
We need to go back. I want to hear this. I want to hear him. I need to hear it from this guy. Oh, I want to hear him tell everybody, come gather round. Oh, that's not till they start court already, so we're actually good. Why am I? So there's already some sort of sidebar. Okay, so. Wow, it takes a little while. Who knows what it's about? All right. Here we go, my chattel. Here he's after the ejection. Okay. Hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court is now in session.
Thank you. Good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, girls.
Well, they're coming for you, Karen.
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able
We're going to speed
to
this up just
follow
here,
the
by the way,
instructions
chat.
and refrain
We
from
catch up.
discussing this case with anyone over the weekend?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we met?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
Just watch your step on me. Maintain and face the court.
You saw this going to be on the chair of the court and jury the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. You can take the stand.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years, is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you've testified in the court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022,
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the Waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
Bah.
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep? for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally,
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
except for the prep for this trial. I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here or the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you prep or did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, right?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you understand? Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay, I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything,
They're just
have you reviewed
beating him.
in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the Waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the Waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
I was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the Waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
So,
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just,
and guys, going back and reviewing your testimony and preparing with one side or another is normal. That part's not an issue here.
pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another,
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
practicing fighting techniques?
I
Objection.
wouldn't call it that.
Well,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. You ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that. No.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low, and you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose. No.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the Waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
yes,
Did you just, I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
no,
So she came home
Lie.
after testifying, this trial.
Lie.
and you two never brought it up.
no. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe that as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years, and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
yes,
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
what's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from
Rose.
New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say.
Yes,
Consider that a road trip?
yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes,
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no,
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
no, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No,
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
no,
during that entire day.
no.
After you arrived at the Waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes,
How long after?
approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into Waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the Waterfall, correct?
Yes,
You were situated at a high top table, right?
yes.
Your back was sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the Waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
Okay. He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes,
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turned to each other and started this play fighting thing.
yes,
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know
John
John
didn't like Karen.
that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant, and I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family, and I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meaning a couple days ago, during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there,
yes,
or Miss Little.
right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe,
That night in question.
I believe so, yes,
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside. A female that looked similar to Karen from the Waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes,
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, "I've never met or seen her before," end quote.
no, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, I'm sorry, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes,
You'd read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement?
no,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Ooh. This is getting good. They're starting to lay some ground
Sure.
here, Chiots. They're starting to lay some ground. We're starting to make some headway here. What do you guys think? Albert gets wrecked all day? Why are there 2 grand juries? Well, I'm assuming there's a federal grand jury. Why is there a federal investigation? The feds love nothing more than to fuck with local law enforcement. So you're late for your birthday like everyone else. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. Trying to keep the vibe the same, but happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you for standing in for Stormy Daniels. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollections to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole, quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote.
We'll get to this.
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes,
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
that's not my whole sentence. No,
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
Now, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident? Isn't that true?
No,
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes,
It was a Saturday night, correct?
yes,
You were at the bar.
yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes,
That included
At the
Chris
bar.
Albert, your brother,
yes,
a guy named Tim Daly,
yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes,
Jen McCabe was there.
yes,
Matt McCabe was there.
yes,
John O'Keefe was there.
yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's
Uh-oh.
before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It
you,
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
so you put it in evidence first and then you
May
publish
I
it?
have that marked as next in order?
Yes,
And then
Exhibit 67.
thank you.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes,
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there are a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
We can turn the
What's
lights
that,
back on,
guys?
please, and take the photo down.
If this is a preview chat, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be tasty.
Did you ever see this photo
Yeah.
from
Pull up
Jimmy
the
Cave?
doodle. Uh-oh.
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Okay. Put the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it. Ron.
Okay,
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other
We'll
people.
get to that.
Okay.
We'll
So
get to
we're
this.
not
Hold on,
splitting words,
guys.
splitting hairs. She was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not. Maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowley's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before, correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the Waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the Waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the Waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the Waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize
I believe that's me.
that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
I mean, Walter, considering he's a cop, that's what he does. He lies for a living.
Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering
Karen.
directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she's answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, let me take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours with Karen Reed at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No,
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
You can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
no, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Yeah, I've never said
Initially,
that.
and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No,
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
no, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No,
no argument,
no,
no yelling or fighting.
nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
They appeared to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park. You weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front?
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin,
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't know.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
Conflict?
No.
Yo,
You were
come
asked who-
on.
Night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
Let me have just a moment. Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm starting to have some problems here, chat. It may look like to me in my untrained eye. We can call this a clue.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished. Yeah. recording?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No,
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
no,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just
Okay.
testified. you
That's a
never saw
shitty
him.
answer.
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house.
No, but it'd be fair to
Correct?
presume the
Right,
guy
he-
left.
Ground
He
floor.
gave us.
Right, he was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
At that time, right. And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
See, and if he was smart, he would say, "Look, Colin said he was leaving. When you tell me you leave, I don't check to make sure you left. Somebody tells me you're leaving, I presume they're leaving." But Albert's not smart. Brian Albert is not smart. That was how you'd answer that case. God, I just don't understand why you can't answer this in a way that makes like some sense. This is just awful. We got a bunch of questions though. I want to catch up on these real quick. So prep was 30 seconds. I mean, it's not a ton. It's not a ton. Brand says, shout out to my homie, potentially criminal. What up? What up, blood? How's Karen managing to afford these attorneys? Karen was very well off in her own, like she made her own money. And I think her family's got money. And also when you're asked online, you sell everything you can to get the best attorneys you can. So that's how she's doing that. Trady is saying, I'm sending you coleslaw. You gonna holler? Is that slang for drugs, or are you gonna actually send me coleslaw? Because I like coleslaw. Yeah, I nominated you for award. Hope you win. Well, thank you. Karen says, why do witnesses have attorneys? Why not? You're involved in legal issues regarding the state and a massive issue, like a case like this. Yeah. The witnesses having attorneys is not a surprise. If it's like some stupid little like breaking and entering or burglary case, yeah, I don't see them having witnesses, but why not? You have the right to have counsel. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, especially when you're being accused by the defense of being the actual suspect. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to have it's probably not a bad idea. If these guys, if the Alberts were unrepresented, they'd be dumb as hell in the situation. And Nick says, and good, Nick Starro, how you doing? Getting ready for his big venture, his sojourn to the United States of America. Getting ready for that. Nick says, why was he sent things from Discovery? Well, the state provided him with that information. So that's the Discovery because they're providing him with things that were already sent to the defense. So that's why the state can show him whatever is relevant for his knowledge. Vicky says, late to stream. Thank you for covering again, Sean. Well, I was late today because I had to take care of stuff. So, yep, we're all doing it together. Wouter's just saying, good to see you again. I know it's been a little while. Just join. What does Brian Albert do for living apart from lying? Well, he is a police detective, so he does a lot of lying for a living. Just something to think about. Oh, so she also got 300K on Give, Send, Go. Yeah. Oh, that's a merch joke. All right. Oh, he's retired now? Okay. Well, Boston police pension's got to be pretty nice. I can tell you that much. Yeah, you're also being accused of murder. I mean, that's the thing. You're being accused of the crime. Yeah, I'd want that. Zero says, but Sean Collin was a teacher and it was snowing. I don't believe they just let him loose if it was a blizzard. That wasn't really a blizzard, guys. Come on. Like, it wasn't the worst snowstorm ever. By Boston standards, that's a decent snowstorm. But, like, yeah, the kids are going out. Whatever. Oh, shit. Radix just got debanked? Fuck. Wow. Well, that's not good. She's good. That sucks for her. Damn. I'll have to reach out to her. So, and Barbara's saying Karen Reed is a liar. She very, very well could be. She very well could be. I read that they got defense costs 250. Oof. This is well more than 250K. More than 250K. A lot more. So, all right, guys, here we go.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jen Cade's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes.
Nagel.
Yes. There were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
Who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival. And
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that has been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked. No.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be hypothetical.
Okay, so fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not know.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No,
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Lee, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
yes,
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? He knew.
You were notified that the state
What his
police were going
knowledge
to
is.
interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
no,
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection.
no,
I'll allow it.
no,
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
yes,
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
no,
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a
Were you
witness,
there?
correct?
Right,
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
no,
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
her house, yes,
You
Why?
had gone to her house, correct?
I did,
You went there before she gave the interview.
yes,
So you were there in her house
Oh,
during the entirety of her
damn.
interview, correct?
I believe so, yes,
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house.
Do you
during that
normally
interview,
do that as
correct?
part of your investigation process?
I assume she knew, yes,
I mean, you're in her house after all.
yes,
Why were you there?
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes,
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me,
Did you make
and
another-
then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink, grab a beer?
Yes,
When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night,
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes, mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers.
I mean,
Isn't that
pit
true?
mix.
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No,
So just that night out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
no, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert. not
Right,
mine.
okay,
You stand by those?
yes,
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
yes,
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
yes,
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2022.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
We'll allow that.
Right,
When did you get rid of her?
so Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident that we're discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident
Yes.
we're discussing.
Yes, May,
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes,
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
We'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it. Yes,
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe.
Well,
you
yeah,
knew
he's
that he would
dead.
Count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe.
Yes.
Never met him.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes,
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows those visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner,
Upper or lower?
upper.
upper left corner.
Appa.
Yes,
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay, understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes,
Are they right there?
yes,
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah,
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
the windows are, yes. I thought you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view is the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes,
furthest from the driveway.
yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room, as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet? 6 feet?
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes,
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
yes,
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far,
could be, yes, maybe a little further, but yes,
maybe this far.
maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes,
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
no,
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
no.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes,
Was Nicole in bed with you?
yes,
Had you taken any medication the night before?
no,
Were you on any sedatives,
no,
sleeping pills?
no,
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
no,
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
no,
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No,
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
no,
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
no,
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No,
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
no,
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No,
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood that she was sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection. I don't know.
System.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes,
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
What?
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a
It's not
couple
going
of
to
other
work
questions.
because you
about
went to the house
the
of
layout
your
of the
friend
house.
when the
Your
police
house
showed
is
up. You're
sitting on
screwed
top of the
now.
basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you
can't
get
believe
to the
this guy's
basement
real.
from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door.
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors
Your dog's
where
going
is the
oof,
basement
oof,
door
oof,
as compared to that.
oof.
So
You can't ignore that.
you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So,
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so, 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
Yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase.
Oi.
You go down to to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video.
Wow.
Let me have just a moment.
So there's a back door to get you out. Interesting. So they can get out. A bulkhead door, so he means a door to the outside.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Yes, thank you.
All right, folks, I'll give you about 10 minutes.
Court, all right, please. Here's the guy, follow me, please.
All right, all right. This is a slow burn, but it's simmering, but it's building. That is super interesting, though. While Jennifer McCabe's getting interviewed by the police, he goes to her house. Why? I know that you don't ask that question because you don't know what he's gonna say, but I feel like you almost asked that anyway because he doesn't. I don't think there's anything he could say that could hurt you, unless they already know. Unless they're saving that. Unless they're saving that. Because he was a lieutenant in the Boston PD, I'd be like, well, hey, in your experience, would this seem odd for you? Would you do any of this? You know, would this be a problem? I would go that route with it and see what would happen, but yeah. Well, here's the thing. There might they explain later? Okay, good. Here's the thing, Juror 13. There might be a good answer, though. And here's the thing, if he gives a halfway decent answer, you just lost. You didn't lose everything, but you've got to make sure you've got a halfway decent, like, blowing him out of the water. So, I don't know the full discovery. Even all of us, we don't fully know it. There might be something in there. Who knows? Or Jennifer McCabe says something. So, let's catch up. And guys, we are doing the 8:30 show tonight, so we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna shit can this for locals. We're gonna go as far as we can, though. What the heck? Why can't I see the pan? There we go. All right.
Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody?
All right, here we go.
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I would. That's how I do it.
Mr. Albert,
He's allowed to speak to his attorney at any time.
tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
So, guys, at any time, he's allowed to speak to his attorney. He's allowed to seek counsel. So, him talking to his attorney is not a problem here.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Oh, thank
Yes.
you, Nancy. That's good
Yes.
news.
I would have to have this marked as next in order.
Hang on, you objection? Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
We can publish them.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. Yeah, right there. Do you see that? Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb.
Yeah, we would call this a
stairs,
cellar door
Yes.
in the
and
Midwest.
That bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
Fucking Northeasterners.
So
are
the bulkhead
weird.
door opens straight up.
Okay, it was in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph.
Well, yes, a truck
Your
has a
Honor, I have
bulkhead door. So
flash
does a
drive with
boat.
Video on it, I asked that this be marked as next in order.
But
Court
that
submission.
it also makes sense. He's a Marine, so they might say bulkhead, deck, all that too.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Yeah, it comes with their seagoing
Mr.
relatives. That
Albert, I
makes
want to
sense.
ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize.
Oh, it's a
what's in that
normal
video.
East
I'll
Coast
probably
cellar
play
door.
Maybe
Okay.
5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. That's okay.
Okay.
With permission?
Yes.
Brittany says that's a New England thing. Can't confirm. Okay. Yes, they're pretending their houses are yachts in a dry dock.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that
I like
video?
the beer
and stuff
can
at
there.
that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area
My
is over
backyard.
to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring your lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing. Actually, we contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold a title and hold a position as a detective, is that right?
Yes.
not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
Yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
yes,
You have experience and training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. The civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes,
Find the
some,
mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no,
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
no,
Objection.
Let the answer stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes, yes,
Clear. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Sidebar.
Ordered the 3rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
All right.
What the hell was that all about just now? What was that all about just now? Literally, there was like no. She just sat. They went and talked, and they sat back down. And then there was no, like, she just got up and left. What the fuck was that all about? I'm trying to figure out what the hell that was all about. Yeah, what are they? Oh, they got the jury out. Okay. Okay. So they're up at a sidebar. And to be fair, like I said before, Turtle Boy should be sitting up here somewhere. He should be like right here. Right there. Let's put him there, get rid of that lady. Or get rid of this guy with the Troon stickers. Put him right there. Turtle Boy should be sitting somewhere in here, but he's not. Because this judge is a moron. All right. Let's go.
You had received, I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
You didn't get a letter?
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted.
So the jury's out right now. You're right here. Okay.
You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28,
He should still be in there right now, is my point. He should still be in there when this guy testified.
2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
don't
well-
want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference
How
call.
would this normally go if you had witnesses?
I believe it
like
was
your phone?
Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
Mm-hmm.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week, convenient. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to
Why
Mr. Lally?
not?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed,
It's
sir.
gone.
Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
Ooh, what a
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data,
Oh,
sir.
you fucking
But
worm.
the
Listen to
phone
him.
data is
Listen to him
destroyed
wriggle.
for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
Wow.
I don't know that.
How long have you had a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgraded. You know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So-
Sir, that's a backup.
No, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
You have no idea, Boomer.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Sure.
Wow. What some shitbags. Wow, that's some shitbagginess right there, chat. You know, oh no, I always tamper with evidence. Would you consider this evidence tampering if you were a detective?
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert,
Yes, you would have.
at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation
The
that you
phone
had
was
with Brian
rehomed.
Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes,
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
no,
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
no, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data's not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, you know the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
Wow, chat. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. I missed when he asked for his lawyer. When did he ask for his lawyer? Katie, what point? I was listening to all this. When did he say he wanted to see his lawyer here? Was that earlier? Because I just listened to this whole thing. No, I understand the judge wants to mention him to go see his lawyer. Yes. Yes, that's... I mean, like, is he going to play the fifth year, chat? Let's see. Let's let him hear it, see it. Let's hear him say it.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he's...
There.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
He doesn't say he wants to see his lawyer. The judge lets him. Wow. I think that's interesting. The judge is like, yeah, go. You can have a couple of minutes here. That's interesting how she says that. Wow.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
What's long before his attorney brought it sidebar? Oh.
Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth
Oh.
that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
Katie, did we skip it when we skipped that one sidebar like an hour ago in time? If we did, I'm sorry, guys. If something like that happens and you're like, something happens, scream, wait, go back. Please. Don't be afraid to say that.
The 23rd?
On the 23rd and the 24th of September.
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number
Here we go,
22-117
chat.
has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on
He is
October
getting
3rd,
very concerned right
2022
now. Man, it's
at 2
flustered.
p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen.
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
Oh, wow. What are they stipulating to? Yeah, no, Katie, don't apologize. I'm just saying if that happens, don't be afraid to say anything. God, this is starting to go very bad. This is starting to go very bad. Let's hear what the stipulation is going to be. It'll be interesting.
May I move?
Yes.
I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Pretty much.
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively
I don't
a
know what
brick.
you
There's
mean.
no data left
I'm
on
too
the phone. I'm not
stupid.
talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No,
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ooh, he would be.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection.
The hell of a
Strike.
coincidence.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes,
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
yes.
That's a hell of a coincidence,
Did you and
Chad.
Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No,
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone, but I don't recall saying that to him. But I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No,
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
no, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
When you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones, when do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're reading.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had
Yeah,
a conversation
answer the
with Brian
question.
Higgins about your phones,
Jesus.
respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
You just
why
said you
in June
did.
of 2023 did you testify?
Oh my God.
I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context
What?
of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your
How do you
quote
know?
was,
Have you read the whole
I
thing?
know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears. Before I shift gears,
Shenanigans, there should be a description down below about what the case is basically
you're aware
about.
that Brian Higgins has also got.
This is way too involved for me just
I am not aware of that
give you a fly
until after
When we get a
the
break,
time
we
you're talking
will.
about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point, Brian Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Does he know?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. So you're asking?
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours in an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Okay, next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence
Yeah,
can
he
be
doesn't know
manipulated
anything
or
is
destroyed,
bullshit.
Right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your
Oh,
Assistant.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your
Damn.
house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could. Yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past, and I've trained to box. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've hit a heavy bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were in fact, no?
Yeah,
That they were featured in a show?
We
No.
watched it.
You're never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Enhance that.
So that in the Marine Corps it's called MCAP, the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program. So he has some hand-to-hand combat experience.
Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Okay, so Shenanigans, you're asking, how do you object to that question? So the one that just got asked, if these questions are, especially the attorney saying like, well, I have experience, the attorney's not allowed to testify if that's the one you're getting at. So that's how you can get around that, because the attorney's not allowed to vouch for his own experience. Like, you're better at it than me. Objection, you're not a witness. So you generally have to be careful and use yourself as an example. I think that's what you were trying to get at there. So I hope that's what you were trying to get at or asking. If not, let me know. Yeah, I see Karen. Yep, they object to Marines having hand-to-hand combat training. Well, like specific, like here's the thing. This is why you ask an inarticulate. He asked, not you, but Jackson asked an inarticulate question. He should have asked, when you were in the Marine Corps, did they have the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program? Yes. What is that? That teaches you basic hand combatives and basic fighting skills. They could have done that. They could have done it a lot better, but because they weren't ready for it, they got left flat-footed. So, get objected to because it's a poor question.
Look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you like to play that? Sorry.
Which one of these shaved gorillas is him? Oh, okay. Squid actually has a big correction here. If he was in the Marines prior to Desert Storm, then hand-to-hand combat training was minimal and non-existent. Line training came out after that, and the MCAP program, the MC Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, was post 9/11. Thank you. That actually clarifies a lot. I thought that was an old school program they had, but okay. God, it's been 20 years, so. Thank you for clarifying, Squid. Thank you for the super chat. There was another super chat here. Janet says, sounds like he was tipped off. Oh, I'm sure he was tipped off. The D says, I'm halfway through Joe's stream with you as Stormy. Fucking hilarious, dude. Yes. I'm glad you liked it. All right, let's get back to this, guys.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation. You've given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right, I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, well, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right,
Just fooling around.
yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
They're shadow boxing.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You can tell you're talking.
yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no,
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, you pulled your pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly. That
Okay. And
that's
then at
not.
some point, while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds. Pause it. And highlight it. Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this. Pause. You see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that a
don't think so.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No.
Okay.
That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead and play this.
This is such fucking
See what Mr.
nonsense.
Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't,
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
I get what he's getting
How
at,
much
but
of this video have you
Jesus
actually watched?
Christ, man.
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, just a little bit longer. Almost finished. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's? Or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
Yeah.
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids. And, you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it?
What?
Sometimes I charge it, but not.
What? Hold on. My kids might call. So I don't put the phone right next to my head. I put the phone in bed with me. You roll on top of it, you aren't going to hear it. I put my glasses in bed. Well, guess what happens? For those of you who don't wear glasses, you don't put your glasses in bed. You don't go to sleep with your glasses on, because if you roll on your glasses, you're going to fucking break them. I did that once as a kid. Never did it again. So this whole, I wear all my bullshit.
As a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the
Thanks for
bed.
being here, MLS. Thanks for David.
That night, the phone was on the bed.
Guys, I appreciate it.
No.
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
That's
I
so.
thought you just said.
Watching porn,
4
brother.
questions
It's
ago.
okay.
It depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes.
Oh, sorry.
you
I didn't realize. Sorry, Lacey.
Put it on the charger.
Thank you for
If
bringing
the
it up.
phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep.
We know what you're doing. You're watching porn, brother. It's okay. You can watch porn. Just admit it.
In bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the
No,
video. You
like,
weren't charging your
not.
phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got two phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the two of you.
Yes,
Got it.
Bullshit.
Does your phone have a ringer on it?
it does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on you. Just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Yes.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so
s-
that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses
Yes.
and Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the two of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
I inadvertently called my best
I don't
friend.
recall the exact time.
Lying in bed like
After
Brian
2.
Higgins did.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
I don't like it like that. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
Why isn't there a lock screen
As a
on?
matter of fact,
dude?
you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it's all right. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
All right. What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
They will fucking chat. It sounds like.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask. Is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you
They
to
were
butt
filming
dial
with
the
the
phone
phone,
at that time at
chat.
2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Assisting.
They're filming a little fucking little.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly.
They're filming.
They have just one.
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not gonna mark this. Just leave it. Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
He was jerking off to Higgins. He was Brian Higgins. Ooh, yeah. Say my name, Brian. Squid says, I'm not defending the guy, but I'm one of the weird ones that has to fall asleep, some kind of noise. Well, to be
Yes.
fair,
Thank you. May I approach?
I will say, and 2.0 makes fun of me for this all the time. I'll be watching YouTube or I'll be watching something or reading something, and I'll fall asleep and I'll drop the phone on my face. Like I'll be holding it like this, and I'll be like, and and I'll smack myself in the face with it. So I get it, but if you need the sounds, you just put the sound, like you pick the sound machine app and you just turn it on and put it next to you on your nightstand. Thank you for the super chat, Squid. Also, thank you for everybody from MLS stopping by.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that?
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 timeframe, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll show it to you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing?
Yes, this is Space ID.
I've seen some records before. Yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right. And you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Thanks, Obscure.
And these are call records from January 29th
We were
Yes.
talking.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
That
Yes.
could be a butt
Did that
dial.
call roll to voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red. And So no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No,
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes,
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes,
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page, or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes,
They're alphabetized.
yes,
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes, I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes,
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
yes,
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained. No, sustained.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
22 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So, Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me
Yeah.
and we were hanging out and I
We're
never
hanging
got
out.
the second call from him. So I'm not
You're a
sure
piece
what time he
of
called. I'm
ass,
not sure
bro.
what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing
Well,
here.
you are because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see counsel sideline for this.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
You hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't,
mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, "Yeah, it's only possible that it's me," end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote,
Objection.
"I guess I could have talked to him," meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't-
Allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Ha!
Let's move on.
That guy just like whined his objection in.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes,
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jim McCabe about 6:30, correct?
yes,
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
no,
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes,
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, "Oh, I think I may have butt dialed."
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
yes,
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Ooh.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m.
Oh.
He spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day, spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Wow.
Then on the next day, January 30th,
Wow.
you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to
Your
Brian
top
Higgins,
buddies.
Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an
I'm
effort?
going to interrupt you, jury. We're going to send the jury out.
Oh,
There's
wow.
actually, why don't we? take a
Ooh.
look? I'll see counsel.
Is this lunchtime?
Court, all right, please.
Why are we? This is getting good. This is getting really good. His voice is getting shaky. Okay. So, real quick here. Lady Law Sandra for $5. Thank you. It's saying, thanks for covering, Sean. Love the different perspectives. You're awesome. Thank you. Chat follow MLS2. Both are great for who love courtroom drama. At MLS God of Law. Yes, guys, David is a very good follow here on YouTube. And Lolita Smiles brings up a great point. It's like everyone has slept with their phone, but stop acting like you never put it on the nightstand. I agree. And they look like liars because they're so dead set about the story. And notice,
All right, so
but I never put it on my nightstand. Nobody fucking believes you when you say that. Your lies have to have some sort of plausibility or they're not good lies.
we'll have the luncheon recess then.
Oh, we're going to lunch. Okay.
You are muted.
Right, chat. No lunch for you, though. No lunch for chat. All right, chattels. Well, here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is back in session.
Look at that skill.
You
chat.
are muted.
Look at that skill.
So, Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left,
unmuted.
we would not have taken the break when we did. So,
May I proceed?
please.
Thank you.
Now, I didn't hear him ask to talk to his lawyer yet. Did I miss that part? You guys had mentioned he was going to ask to talk to his lawyer. Did he not do it? Was a good shot at Karen. She looked pleased with that cross. Well, she has every reason to be pleased. She has every reason to be pleased. Sean Bird saying being dead set on your story makes it a lie. No, it's just the idea that, like, I never put my phone on the nightstand. I always have it in bed of me every night, all the time. It's like, no one else, like, it has to be believable. Nobody else does that. It's not believable, man. Like, most people are sitting there saying, you're fucking lying. You don't charge your phone at night. Bullshit. Like, that's the point. If it doesn't sound credible, people aren't going to believe you. And maybe he's just weird. Fine. But you know what? Your weirdness is not going to be believed by a jury. So you have to have a plan for all that. Yeah, he did before the voir dire. Okay. We didn't skip the whole voir dire. Like I said, guys, please mention that when it happens, because I don't. Please tell me when we get to that point. He's been on the witness stand a long time. Actually, this isn't that bad, relatively speaking. So this isn't that long of a. This isn't that long of a cross yet. I've seen cross go for a day and a half. So I never put my phone or glasses on the nightstand. I always put them on the corner of the bed. LOL. Well, yeah. So. But he was doing everything he could. Yes, because he's a cop. That's part of his naturalistic as a cop, to lie and obfuscate and not give the defense points. So, yeah, here we go.
Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, you recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case? It was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
You knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning the statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. Remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that, and when you're finished reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I got it.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows. Question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to what statements you were going to give to law enforcement, and how were you going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No,
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone, Your Honor?
Yes.
You know, and these
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
and
Okay.
these butt dials might
Thank you,
have.
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the Waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes,
And you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
yes,
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
no, I was not.
And same with respect to the Waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes,
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
no, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the Waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes,
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
no,
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asked some questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
And again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the Waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the Waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the Waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty. And that was his
Compared to
funeral.
off-duty
And
murders.
did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was,
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
no, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
Wow,
You
he's
asked some
getting
questions
very
about
upset
the,
now.
sort of bulkhead in the back.
Very
correct?
upset.
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were
Very
testifying
aggro, chat.
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what if any kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Really?
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what if any security or what if, was it open, was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the metal thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what if any other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
Close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was and it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone, And prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs, the phone records that you were shown, to the best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Can I have one moment here?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Wiley talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Wiley.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
That's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had that cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Wiley taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office? And now you're.
That's because he got information
Yes.
fed to
What
you.
refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the
Bullshit.
DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Yes.
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that that cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours and your conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony.
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect.
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's some of the questions on redirect. That's
Wow,
all.
why is
Meaning he
he?
was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
Ooh.
Just
Ask you about whether or not
I don't
you
like
had that
this.
cell reception in the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh,
to
yes.
preserve.
Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for us to get, for the defense to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
Got it. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Jerry.
Yes, Your Honor, call, we'll call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the papers that were left up there with the last witness, I don't think are marked as anything. I just
Okay.
return them to counsel.
Step right up here, Ms. Rogers.
May stand and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear the honesty of the court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
Wow.
I believe I think it's about a year, since last
Look at
May.
Arps Farva.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canada?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I got a liter of cola.
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, did you live with?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th, what, if any, significance do those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few friends over for my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th of 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 23, I think. Yeah, 23.
Now, in the week leading up to that weekend, what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of your birthday?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow, and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening of January 28th, that's at some point people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that your friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friend group that came to your house that night?
The first 2 were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
And with respect to them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household or your family or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
Do you know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
Now, Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel, how long have you known them?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years in between.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did yourself and your guests, did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking. Yeah,
Recall, generally speaking, what people were drinking?
mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned that some other friends came about a half hour or so after Julie and Sarah arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are. Do you want their full names or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine Duty, Catherine Duty, trying to think. Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, and I think that's it that I can recall as I sit here.
And with respect to those other friends, how did you know them? How long did you know them?
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school together. So the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to having your friends over your house, was where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your prospective friends that you were testifying came over your house that night, do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the Waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
Now, with respect to your cousin, Colin, his last name is Albert as well.
Yes.
How is he related to you?
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
And his father would be Christopher Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
He's older, younger?
Is Colin younger than me?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
Maybe 17, I think.
So was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
And with regard to earlier at your house, when you indicated that your mother went out to the Waterfall, she went out with Julie Albert, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far as Colin is concerned, Julie is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And as far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them that you knew of?
Yeah, Colin knew some of them just from being in the same town. Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the grade of some of the girls, that were there. So that's how we knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother is also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And now when Colin came over to the house, as far as the things that you were describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Now, with respect to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume the bathroom. But that's really it. We didn't go anywhere else than that first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down to the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some point, your parents and some people that were at the Waterfall came to your house. Is that right?
Yes. So first a group of my friends had left my house. And I think that was probably around, they were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there. So I would say probably around 11:10, a few select people left the house to go home. So at that point, it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight, I would say, maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off?
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to the other people that you were talking
I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from Waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlin, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that meeting of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, when, in relation to that, when did Colin leave the house?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how he, whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Is she Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my mom's side.
And so Colin would be a cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And following your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were, in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up. And yeah, we were all just in that one area.
And following their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that, their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley that Colin was picked up by, what if any relationship does she have to your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as, when was it that the last person who didn't live at your house on Fairview Road, when was it that the last person?
The last one. I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlin, is that?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like the sibling. So she didn't live in the house, so she was the last person to leave.
And prior to her leaving is when your Auntie JJ and Uncle Matt.
Yes. Yeah.
So with respect to after your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware of?
No one.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area of the house?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how is it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there. So I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, did you observe near a window or a door that was looking out that?
I believe my Uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
Now, with regard to being out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Oh,
each of the vehicles?
that would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were up in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything, no.
And as far as looking out the windows and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked at one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie,
Mhm.
if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way, it went down that way, towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway in behind the SUV as it once it had moved from that initial position to the following position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends Julie and Sarah, they were still at the house when people from the Waterfall came home. Do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt, JJ McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
Do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlin, you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed. Do you know about what time it was that you went to bed?
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to sort of the layout?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle, but the back side.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up
I don't believe
later on that morning?
You guys believe in any of this?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything specifically that you had talked about,
Mhm.
following
Yeah,
that
no,
conversation.
thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it.
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
When you came downstairs into the main first floor area of the house, what or who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the home?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, to know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Julie?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box and a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those, as far as the donuts and the card and everything, at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you a series of four photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself. And then
Okay.
And just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Old residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seat you introduce and admit as the next court exhibit.
Any objections, Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 70 through 73 now.
Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor? Just going to place before you what's now been marked as exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Hold on for a second. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that those three photographs be published in succession.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2592. So what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you? I believe it should be exhibit 71, probably.
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is one other question that I need to ask, as far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening.
Mhm.
How would you describe, sort of, from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within the house?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any tension, anything else that you noted with regard to that?
No, not at all.
And I believe, sir, there should be a laser pointer on the desk here in front of you. You push the button on top.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question about it with respect to pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house
Mhm.
at 34 Fairview Road when you live there, there's basically two doors on the front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just use the matte laser pointer and direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe each of those two doors.
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And the first door is sort of further away from the driveway. Is that sort of the front door area of the home?
Yes, that's the front door.
And the other door, where does that lead?
The side door leads just right into the family room.
And as far as around this time, January, or on this evening, if you recall, where were people sort of coming in and going out of their house?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, that's sort of one closer to the garage leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that lead?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen and the dining room, and then sort of into the family room, you just sort of go straight, where does that lead?
Well, you can't really go straight. If you walk in a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, there's stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, around the time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
A dog named Chloe?
Yes.
But how long at that point had you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that night, specifically of January 28th leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out to use the bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah, sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs. And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog. Got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that happen?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard, so we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area, yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
Yes.
Now, if you could, with regard to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of your front yard, is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, his Nagel's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about to occur that day?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the dark SUV?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct your attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
Now, if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about in the kitchen area that you were looking out of, can you see those in this photograph as well?
Yes, I do.
If you could direct the jury's attention to where you can see those.
Those are about right, those two right there.
Thank
you. Yep.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the last photograph from that set. And then what's up on the screen, sir, is that what you have for you now? 73.
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 2020, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's off the sort of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize in the area of the mailbox and then further down, did you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
And facing the same direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Same passenger side door that was facing your house?
Yeah.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned, at any point in time did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out the window?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired between the time that you saw it in the area mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
And this guy, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me just ask just a couple of questions. Sir.
Okay.
With regard to that morning when you woke up,
Probably
your
that's
father was at your door.
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of his person, what if any injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
On my father?
Yes.
Nothing.
Now, at that time,
Where's
January
Clyde?
28th
Hold on.
and January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally, no.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie JJ, Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin, Jen's daughter.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Miss McCabe's daughters, what if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond sort of your other cousins?
Oh yeah. So for a while, I think when I was in college or maybe the end of high school, I would help out because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more just driving around and stuff like that.
And through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah. Occasionally, when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house, and we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him, and I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th, or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
Ms. Little, I'm just gonna hold you up 1 minute. I think we probably need spellings of the.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try. All right. I think that's good. The first one is correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Yes.
Who was present for that night?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection system.
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlin Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when I was interviewing. She wasn't in the room with me. No.
And that was also the first time they had spoken with your sister as well about these events, correct?
Objection.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury.
Objection.
Separate
Thank
proceeding,
you
correct?
for being here
Objection system.
on Twitter. Be right back, chat.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us, a good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you?
Yep.
Colin Albert?
Yep.
Allie McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Allie McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood. And do you still have any of the messages you exchanged with your cousin on January 28th?
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today, I said that, yes? Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door, and at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Approximately what time did your dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
But that would have been like as soon as he got home, so around like a little after 12.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked towards the door?
Colin had already already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time she was outside, correct?
No, I would not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her brother, but indicated that she no longer needed a ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony
Sure.
from July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18, 2023? May I put your honor?
Yes. So show Mr. Lally.
You can just look at those photos.
Okay.
And you can look up when your recollection is refreshed.
Okay, yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you testified to
Sure, yes.
on May 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure, it seems like I said that then, yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you view those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Sure.
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Who was in the house the second time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, My sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023 in another grand jury, and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I mean, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window who was there, and you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true, yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure, yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I'm going to see a tie bar. If you could bring that, please.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Leave? You mean like go upstairs, go to bed, or?
Leave your view.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to show you. May I approach your hand? So.
Right here? Okay, all right. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
I mean, you don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No,
correct?
no, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there," correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
Yeah.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was standing I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house?
Depending on,
Kitchen?
yes, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room, the stairs, correct?
Not if you're sitting at the two chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see. It's through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what time that happened, correct?
No, I don't know the time. No.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No,
You didn't see any emergency vehicles?
no,
Didn't hear any ambulances?
no,
Didn't hear
Bullshit.
any screaming outside?
no.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony? from
Sure,
May 18th,
sure.
2023?
Thank you.
Tell Mr. Lally what page or something.
It's lines 8 to 12.
Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure, yeah.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
Did you say that this was kind of a new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
And it made you overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th?
Lil Brian gets the vapors.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talked about it pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
My parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, I mean, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we faced since then.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continue to speak with them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics, no, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside.
No,
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard.
no,
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn.
no,
But you did see those tire tracks.
I
correct?
did.
No further questions.
Bullshit.
No redirect, Your Honor. No redirect.
Ooh, they're gonna really? He just kind of shit the bed. Like, you didn't see all of that, but you saw this one thing. They're just gonna let him walk and they're not gonna reinforce him. Wow, that is a missed opportunity by the state. I would have gone through that. I would have asked it again, but you did see the tracks, right? Yep. At least get it out there one more time. But geez, they just gave that away. That was stupid.
All right.
All set, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Caitlin Albert to the stand.
Garrett for $10 saying this is for bullpen and bullpen only, Sean. Also, the bullpen is for Clyde, not for you. Thank you, Garrett. Clyde's gonna love it. He's been chowing down on those. So has Laney. We got roughly an hour, and we got We're gonna speed it up some here, okay, chat? We're gonna speed up Colin Albert a little bit here.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the seat.
We're speeding her up a bit, chat. We got to catch up on time. Got to get ready for the local show.
Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlin Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live now?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived there?
about 3 years.
Who, if anyone, do you live there?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Mr. Morris, about how long have you two been together?
Almost 8 years.
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived before that?
I lived in Canton,
And specifically, where in Canton did you live?
34 Fairview Road.
And how
Hey,
long?
Bob.
was
Hope
it
you
that
guys are
lived
doing well.
Geez, I lived there from about 2000.
Also, in positive news, guys, if you're not aware, George Kelly, his case is officially done. State is officially dismissed. It's over. It's never coming back. So, but anyways, Defense to Hire's podcast. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. We're just catching up on day 10 because I had to work today.
Been 11 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings did you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for it?
I do.
What do you do for it?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
So she's a cop, an investigator.
Excuse me, turn your attention to.
That's
January
not sketch.
2022 to
That's
January
not sketch.
29, 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Not sketch at all.
I actually am not sure that I recall the exact days of the week. Maybe Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
And as far as your family is concerned, the 29th, what if any significance is that day?
That would be my brother's birthday.
And which of your brothers was, which of your
Yeah,
brothers
she
is his
does.
birthday?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between your brothers?
Little Brian, sometimes, even though he's not so little.
Okay. And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekend, what, if any, discussion did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regards to little Brian's birthday?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us. And then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that was always sort of our
Hey,
plan.
now, she's Irish,
So
not
specifically on
Italian.
the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend, Tristan, and I went straight from Easton to the Waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the 4 of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
And as far as drinking was concerned with that night, you were at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the bar?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
And if you recall, as far as that evening at the waterfall, what, if anything, was going on as far as like live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band. I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined your group when you were there?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point, my uncle Chris Albert, he ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend Brian Higgins also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging out.
Now, and your father and Mr. Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is Dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired. He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on the 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you, for lack of a better term, grew up in or spent some formative years in, had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34 Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table, and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other, and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in, and at first I didn't know who either of them were, but I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with, and he seemed friendly with the people that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, oh, who is that? And she said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink? And we said no. And that was pretty much it.
And so when you say you knew of John O'Keefe and sort of the story as you related, do you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. The tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins,
Mm-hmm.
the younger cousins you're speaking of, who were their parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls, and their parents are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
And they were present at the waterfall that evening as well?
Jen and Matt were, yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior to that evening?
I had not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen?
No, I was not.
And if you know about what time was it that they came into the waterfall and came over?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure what time.
But fair to say, the other people that you testified about, as far as your uncles, your aunts, and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now, During the course of the time that you were at the Waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Mr.
I'm actually
Brown,
eating dinner.
how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I mean, I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversations seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And
No,
as far as
2.0
you
made
saw,
chicken
it was
salad.
regards to
So
Mr. O'Keefe and
chicken
Mr.
salad,
no
like
issues
green
as far as fighting or
shoots
tension
and
that you observed?
all kinds of good stuff.
Not that I observed. No.
And when you, around 12ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come
What
to
about the
leave and
band?
So I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left. But I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the Waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the Waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
What about the snow?
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. Yeah, the driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially, they're within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled into the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, so when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
Next question. No, you said.
Taking you back to sort of when you're exiting the Waterfall and when you're exiting your parents' vehicle and walking into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather at that time?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down. And I could tell that it was like progressively getting worse.
And so you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you run into your cousin Colin?
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as, how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And when you walk in, you sort of bump into him, where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed,
Nobody told you. Where was he?
to my knowledge, he was going home.
Objection.
Next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home, how long was it that he was in the home while you were?
I would say
No, how long was he in the home when you were there?
minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself, your mother, your father, is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home, that includes you, your mother, and your father. correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else in the Waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and 2 of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area, friends of your brother Brian, Willoughby, what were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening of January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother, and your father arrived, and then Mr. Higgins after that, who, if anyone else from the Waterfall, came to the house that you saw?
My Aunt Jen and my Uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your Aunt Jen and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
Unbelievable.
And when Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your Aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with them?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that evening?
I would say hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. Yeah, I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks and everyone was just kind of like having a good time hanging out. We said happy birthday to Brian and that was kind of it.
And Ms. Albert, at any point in time when you were well, let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I asked you at the Waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house at Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond the people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, into your parents' house that evening while you were there?
No.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe and/or his significant other, Ms. Reed, at any point in time while you were there, did they come into your house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out. So he did that. And then I think there was another period of time where my dad might have been showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins, like family photos of one of my brothers, who's in the Marines. And that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like, there's an open doorway. So it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
And your family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash or how was the dog let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the Waterfall that evening?
Yes.
The family room that you were talking about where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area? And specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room?
Yes.
Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person to leave?
I was the last person to leave.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there,
Mm-hmm.
can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room kitchen area of the home, at any point in time was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Did you hear anything, see anything outside the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on in that area?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
No, let me hear her answer first. Except for what, at one point?
At one point, I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
Now, with respect to your aunt, Jennifer McKay, what, if anything, do you recall her doing do you recall her having a cell phone that night?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you recall her doing with respect to that cell phone?
I remember at one point we were standing in the kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh.
No, not what she said.
Okay.
So next question.
At some point, did you see her talking on the phone?
I did.
And at some point, did you see her appear to be texting on the phone?
I'm not sure about texting. I definitely saw her speaking with somebody on the phone though.
And at some point, where did she put her phone in relation to where you guys were in the kitchen and dining
I'm not sure.
room? Recall any sort of charger or anything like that in that area of the home?
I don't.
Now, as far as who picked you up from the house that night?
My boyfriend.
And Mrs. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour and 45 minutes or so after you arrived there, is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Absolutely
what Mrs.
so
Morris was
dry.
driving on that particular day?
Testimony wise.
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Mrs. Morris have at that time? If you recall?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
Not the doinking theory, but the
And,
drinking theory.
How was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
Did you
Yes,
receive a
Billy,
text
we're
something
still in
inside
States
here, and then
Gate.
you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs and the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip. So as far as weather, yeah, I remember it was actively snowing and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Ms. Morris, I'm assuming, backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mhm.
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger side facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris is driving away from the home, what, if anything, with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very cautiously 10 and 2. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area at home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, I was mainly, my attention was on him, and we were having a conversation. So I hadn't been looking out the passenger window towards my house at really any point.
So your head was turned towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left of you as he's driving away from home?
Yes.
Yeah, one moment, girl.
Yes.
Oh my God, Dad. This is a disaster. I mean, yeah, her boyfriend doesn't want to stay, but picked her up at 2 a.m. This is so.
Nothing further on.
Christine, Eddie?
This is not good
Good afternoon.
at all, chat. This is not good. I am not impressed with this.
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, after you got up that
And I did want to say, look, Turtle Boy's back in there. Good on him.
day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th?
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection,
did
Your
Trooper
Honor.
Proctor interview you during that entire year?
All right, so the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
I was not interviewed. No.
And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator for an interview regarding what you just testified
Yeah,
to
roughly
here today?
12:30.
I don't think so.
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
But in May of 2023, you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2023 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about.
Exactly.
Correct.
Right? So if these events happened on January 28th and 29th, 2022, the end of January of 2023 would have been a year. Now you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months, June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
And it was about a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me?
Yes.
I would classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay. So he didn't rise to the level of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't communicate with him regularly. So, I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
I guess I would ask, what do you consider an acquaintance? How would you define that term?
I would say an acquaintance is someone who you are friendly with and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your testimony before this jury that an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with, perhaps. Could be.
Were you more than friends?
Have you watched any of the testimony?
But you're gonna
in
get
this case
fresh with
prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Brian Higgins.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin is a
Here we go. Here we go.
girl who I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We
Guys know I did not bust the rail. I had this sped up a little bit because I need to get done in time to do my locals podcast, my local show. So we're just trying to get this done in time. We've only got like 15 minutes left anyway, so we'll slow it down actually because now we're to the sex part of the program. Here we go. It's like I'll make love to you. You don't know what's gonna happen. Here we go.
interact with some of the same people socially. I can't think of a time possibly ever where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually. So more of like a friend of a mutual friend.
Okay. So, Kate, you would not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend.
She's not a close personal friend of
I
mine.
asked you if she was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Here we go. We're gonna slow down now. This is hilarious. Oh. Well, we're to the good part now anyway. I've never seen anyone avoid. Yeah, I don't. Oh, they're my acquaintance or they're my. Yeah, it doesn't work. Like nobody buys that. If she said it like she was at the yacht club in Boston. Oh yes, she's an acquaintance of mine. Oh yes, that would work. But this is she's a colleague of mine. What were you guys colleagues in? Oh, the beer bong scene. So here we go. Karen's very good, very well dressed. See, if I were on their side and I know they think they've got a great case, this is an absolute dumpster fire for the state at this point. I hope they realize it. Because if she gets acquitted, they are gonna be like the Goldmans, like, oh my God, how did this happen?
Albert, Okay, Ms. Albert, you know Courtney Proctor, correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Yes.
You've met her children, correct?
Once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
When Michael Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Not that I remember.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
I did not.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the Waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the Waterfall.
No, I'm talking about, let's start over. Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the Waterfall.
Yes.
And you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back to 34 Fairview, yes.
Okay. What? And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what sense?
A bunch of bedrooms.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
And when you made the decision to go there after the Waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Colin Albert inside the home, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Colin Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was
Brief
sort of toward
interaction.
the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right, and from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
This may be a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going past 4?
All right, we'll pause then.
Thank you.
They're getting it ready.
We'll bring
Oh,
you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to stay here and just. look
yeah.
at
Who
your-
supplied the Colombian marching powder that night?
All right,
There's
thank you.
those same three
Quiet,
questions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day. We'll see you.
All rise to court, please.
Well, I think they're getting ready to unlimber on her tomorrow. So that will be fun.
Should I follow them out? Okay, thank you. Yes, that's
Uh-oh, we got Fannie Willis supervising this. Oh, they're not going to Fannie right away. Okay. Well, we got like 3 minutes. What are they going to talk about?
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, why don't you tell me now what it is you hope to do tomorrow and
Make her look like
basis for it.
Right, so my plan, Your Honor, is based on the fact that
all those pictures.
Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship.
No! No! Damn it! Law and crime must have it. Hold on here. Law and crim. That was ridiculous, chat. That was redonkulistic. That was redonkulous. Hold on. Karen Reed, reading Karen's. All right. Yeah, here we okay, they got more. They got more. All right, let's see here.
Supposedly.
Okay. Yep.
Now, what it is you hope to do tomorrow and basis for it.
Right, so my plan, Your Honor, is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified,
God, why does her audio suck so bad compared to Boston?
tried to minimize her relationship with the Willoughby Tower. The reason why that's relevant is that we have proof that she has changed her story after she learned that 34 was the Albert family home. She was on record with Trooper Proctor stating that, this is Katie McLaughlin, stating that what she heard my client say, she actually overheard. She heard my client addressing Jennifer McCabe on scene in a hysterical manner, saying, allegedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that evolved in this case to a multi-part conversation with many different people, including starting with Katie McLaughlin saying, was there any trauma? And my client supposedly responded, I hit him. And then a police officer jumps in and asks another question. My client supposedly said, I hit him. And there were 4 different times where my client was responding to others so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement in an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more ominous and more inculpatory than what they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, did I hit him, could I hit him? So we have a clear conflict in the testimony. We have a witness who has admitted that her statement
It's
has
kind of a
evolved,
conflict.
and she's admitted that her statement evolved after she learned the identity of the house that she was at, which happens to be the house that Caitlin Albert grew up in. When she was confronted with, who is Caitlin Albert, when Professor Jackson asked Katie McLaughlin who Caitlin Albert was, there was a long pause, and then she was and then even the way she phrased it was, I think, telling. I went to school with somebody by that name. There was something to that effect. It just sounded ridiculous. It sounded like it was something that she's trying to remember. At that point, we had 4 photos that we marked for ID, H, I, J, and K, where we have them together. We have them being Facebook friends. We have a nature of the relationship that she tried to conceal in our career. Since that time, we've been deluged by other photos of the 2 of them together, including one, intimate photo of them, before them.
Intimate.
So when I say the 4 of them, I mean Caitlin Albert, her 2 college roommates, and the only person who's not a college roommate in that photo is Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin also said that she never went on anything other than occasional day trips with Caitlin Albert. We now know that that's false. We have them together in a hot tub drinking in a photo that is from Maine, which is about a 4-hour drive away.
When is
That
that?
was, it was posted in 2016, which is another.
But when did it occur? Did it occur in 2016 or was it posted in 2016?
It was posted in 2016. I think the information, that's when it was a new photo that was uploaded. That makes sense.
It's a good argument. I mean, he did a good job.
That location was
strong
back in
argument.
2016. So we know it was after high school, which again contradicts Katie McLaughlin's testimony because she made it seem like this was just some girl that I knew in high school, and then we happened to be at the same places at various times, but I'm not close with her, despite the fact that I have my arm around her in most of the photos. The other aspect of this, Your Honor, is that she said that she had not, Katie McLaughlin testified she had not seen Caitlin Albert for I think 2 or 3 years prior to January of 2022. We have a baby shower photo that is from June of 2021. They are standing next to each other.
Do you have someone to authenticate that date?
Caitlin Albert will authenticate that date.
Why are you sure of that?
She's going to be showing a baby shower which occurred in 2021.
Okay.
That's when it's timestamped on social media. And Caitlin Albert, her face and her body are in that photo. Katie McLaughlin's face and body are in that photo.
How many other people are in that photo?
I think there are 6. I have the photo. Get back to Mr. McDermott. Going for ID.
Okay, so they're trying to get ready to introduce. They want to impeach her with all this. Does she know the McLaughlin, the paramedic who kept on lying on the stand, that she actually knows her and Kate and Albert and her are friends? Jury's already gone, and they're going to have a big argument about who actually knows what. And they're getting ready to argue these pictures should be fair game.
Oh, thank you.
Or actually, if I can just see those, I thought these were different photos. If I could have those, Then you don't need to count the people.
No, she's gone at this point. She's not there.
But they're together on the right sides of photo. I mean, these photos impeach the testimony of Katie McLaughlin multiple times, and we should be allowed to explore the bias of these witnesses, particularly the bias of Katie McLaughlin, who purports to give incriminating testimony against my client, brand new testimony that only existed after she learned the identity of the homeowners in this case. This is classic bias and classic impeachment evidence. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of this relationship, much like Mr. Lally's shown photographic evidence of the 34 Fairview, what it looks like. It's intended to assist the jury. And in doing a 403 balancing test, Your Honor, the probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants when Mr. Lally does his redirect examination of her. But without being able to get into this, Your Honor, Katie McLaughlin's testimony, it's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her as somebody that's misrepresented something very important to this court. If we can't ask these questions and we can't get any of these photos, then we're not able to do it.
All right, Mr. Lally, what do you say?
Your Honor, just as far as the authenticity of whatever these is, as far as social media is concerned, there's a variety of ways to fabricate that. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Iannetti is really vague about where these photos came from or how he knows the specifics that he's so sure about when they occurred, where they occurred, what state people were in, what day it was, who is college roommates of who within these photographs, but has no specifics about where these deluge of photographs came from. More importantly, Your Honor, what I would submit as far as Ms. McLaughlin is concerned is she was entirely consistent, and I did the disparagement as far as what her testimony has been, as far as her statement within the report to Trooper Proctor, her grand jury testimony in this case, and her testimony before this jury on the stand were identical, if not entirely consistent. And again, it's not just Ms. McLaughlin that is attributing this statement to the defendant. The jury has heard from two other firefighters, as well as anticipated other witnesses who will testify to these exact same statements that the defendant made outside of the home on that date. What counsel I think is referring to as far as the could I have hit him is something that the defendant said to Ms. McCabe, which was overheard by Ms. Roberts on a speakerphone on the way to Fairview Road. And then she modifies that statement when she's asked specifically about the bruising and how that could have been caused. And it's at that point where she repeats, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So to then use prior statements to a completely separate witness that have nothing to do with Ms. McLaughlin to try to use that to claim impeachment or bias is ridiculous. And then as far as it applies to this specific witness, when it comes to impeachment and bias, what the case law is very clear about is if it goes to bias of the witness who is on the stand, and the witness in this case is Ms. Albert.
Yes, and okay, and he's going to make an argument here. They can't use Colin Albert. They can't impeach her with McLaughlin's statements.
Not Ms. McLaughlin.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. This will save us some time tomorrow.
All right. Well, the only other thing I was going to add, Your Honor, is Mr. Lally's arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility. But I pulled up my notes, which I'm sure the court has. She has morphed her statement into I asked if there had been any significant trauma. She said, I hit him. Then she repeated it. A woman said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down. She said, I hit him. Then a police officer said, what did you say? She repeated, I hit him. And, Ms. McCabe herself testified in the grand jury. That's not what happened. That she said at that moment, did I hit him? Could I? She's on record saying it.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at my notes and we'll figure this out first thing in the morning.
I think the state, yeah, Bob and Allie. I'm not sure which one of you two is running the show right this second. Yeah, they made a really good argument that you're also almost getting to the point of impeaching her on a tangential matter. I think at that point, this is really out there. And I think the state brought up a good point. Multiple people do support, well, not multiple, but a couple so far. And Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually coming in. I'm not sure that's not what's coming in. So, no, very, very good points, guys. Yeah, that was very interesting today. So, yeah, this is not a dub for the state. This was an awful. I mean, it's not a cataclysm. It's not like, oh, it's a bombshell. But this isn't good for the state. The state is, yeah, they all can't be zingers. But no, Kieran's team, unlike Friday, no, these guys made some hay. They made some hay today. We found out that all of these people, all the Alberts, they all got rid of their fucking phones and they're all adults and they all fucking live in the house. And it's all just really, 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 really weird. The whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird. Defense Star, he said, see, he actually prepped for that one. Yeah. It's amazing what they could do when they prep. Yes. I have to keep reminding myself. It's amazing what you could do when you're prepped. Higgins was making snack trays for sure. I don't know. Something weird is the reason why John O'Keefe got killed. God, it's gonna be something fucking freaky or weird, I think, at this point. So, oh, it's Bob. Okay. Yeah, Bob. I don't know, man. I've been looking at this now. Something happened in that house, and I think it was more freaky deaky related. I know a couple people here thought, oh, John O'Keefe didn't like somebody underage drinking. I don't think that was the issue. Somebody was putting something into someone. Somebody put their thing in someone else. Yeah, he must have been fooling around with someone and got caught. I think so. I think so. But yeah, the idea that nobody saw his body in the yard. Yeah, maybe the Alberts had a bunch of unregistered NFA items, so he took care of the ATF snitch. Well, there's a small Richard Allen update, but Higgins is also going to be fun. What happened in Allen? Let me check here because I got my. Where is this? Because I got this one guy's Google Drive up, and he's got all the docs. Like he does them all. Motion to vacate safekeeping. Oh, what the hell is this? Yeah, I think this is a very good idea. Get rid of the safekeeping order. And if they can get him over to the Cass County Jail where Rozzy works and is already set up to take him, that's great. Yeah, because I know Baldwin and Rosie had it worked out where they lived, the county they worked in, like their sheriff was going to watch them. So yeah, hopefully they terminate that because Richard Allen looks a lot better. Like he looks like he's put on weight, but God, that man looks like he's lost his mind, sadly. So I'm hoping he's still fighting. Yeah, it was a shit day for the state. Yeah, it was a shit day, but it's not the world ender, I guess is what I'm trying to say. This was not good at all. You're finding witnesses destroying phones and evidence like, no, we didn't know. Bullshit, you didn't. It's not fatal to them, but yes, they took a lot of hits. And the state and the defense scored a lot of points. They got their points. So I will give them they did a great job of Brian Albert. Senior, not junior. They did a great job going after him, and they just see a lying asshole up there. That's all that jury sees. So, yeah, tomorrow will be very interesting. And guys, tomorrow I am out in the morning taking care of some stuff, and I got stuff in the afternoon. So we'll catch up in the afternoon. But remember, it's only a half day, so we'll get done pretty quick. Luke says you DM'd it to me. Yeah, no, I just found the order. Um, they might go to Tippecanoe since they seem to be more set up, and Gold might listen. Oh, well, I just hope they can get him out of prison because that's horrible to him. It might have been the Higgins Reed sexting came to light. And then John O'Keefe confronts Higgins, and Higgins is this gorilla-looking dude, and then Brian Albert's a gorilla-looking dude, and Colin Albert, he comes in there and wants to fight. I could see that. But yeah, there's some sexy angle. There's some sex angle related here. I think that's probably it more than anything. Colin's probably the next big witness. Yep. Yes, Katie's right. They could all just be gay together. This could have all been like a David Carradine situation gone amok, and they accidentally strangled John or something. Yeah, they could all been homos. I don't think that one's probable, though. That would be hilarious. They're all hiding it. Yes, he's gained weight and lost his mind. Yeah, but at least he's not starving to death. Any update on Officer Bukaki? No. I don't want to know about. I want Officer Bukaki to come in with the old police officer hat on, the pointy village people hat on, and it's some sunglasses and everything. The whole phone thing with Brian Albert was not a good look. It's not. And the idea of the state, and here's the thing I don't get, Bob, and I don't know if you would, Jay, or if you were on with who you guys were talking about this. The idea they didn't come out and try to draw the sting out of that because they knew it was going to happen. There's no way they didn't know that was coming up. The fact they didn't try to draw there's only so much you can do about that. I understand that, but just leaving that stuff sit there and you let the defense just pick it up and throw it on the floor. And then you're just like, nah, I'm not going to answer that, or I'm not going to dignify with a response. That's not one of those times where you don't indulge the other side. Yeah. Bob's like, that's what I'm saying. It's plausible. Yeah, where is O'Keefe's phone? And I don't know if you guys, the Turtle Boy, if you guys have been following this forever, it'll work. But yeah. Thompson's a butt dial during intercourse. Yeah, but who was Brian Albert having sex with? Was it him and Brian? He took Bare Naked Ladies too literal, and he's like, line and bread with Brian Higgins hid. Officer Bukaki's face is the evidence. Gonna be a little stale. That evidence gonna be a little spoliated at this point, but yes. Although think about it, you get arrested by Officer Bukaki, and most of us are gonna go, ah. There's a handful of you out there probably who are gonna go, ooh. But Junior has that mustache was not good. That was not good. That was not good look. All right, guys. So we are all caught up on everything. Want to thank Joe Loy for £5 sterling. The King sterling. Long live the King as an institution, because this King's probably not going to. Ooh, oh boy. Says, thanks for the coverage. I was not able to keep up with it. You're welcome, Joe. So yeah, guys, tomorrow afternoon we'll get on this. Chair 13 says, why are you all assuming there are only 2 people in the bedroom? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking they did it in the basement. That's where the sex dungeon was. But yeah, he never fronts anything. And guys, that's the thing. If you have bad stuff with a witness, you draw the sting. You jump out in front of it. Because you look, now I'm not hiding stuff from you. And you can show the jury, look, this person may be bad. They may suck and be a horrible human being. But I'm being honest. I'm telling you this is happening. I'm being square with you. When this stuff gets pulled up by the other side, whether it's the state or let's say I'm in the defense, and I got a witness, and this witness sucks on some things, I bring that up. I'm not going to let the prosecutor bring it up because that looks like I'm lying and hiding, which hurts my guy. So the fact he's not doing this is just, this is stuff he would have learned. Like, you learn this in law school. You get out in front of it. Yeah. Were they doing the elephant walk? They may have well been, or maybe they were holding Odin's spear. Maybe they're Odinists too. And they like to hold Odin's spear as well. That could easily happen. That's what I think those Odinists were doing out in the woods anyway. We're holding Odin's spear. We all have one. All right, Bob. See ya. See you guys. So yeah, it's time. We need to get going. It is 9 o'clock. Locals chat is getting antsy in their pantsy. So I'll see you guys at potentiallycriminal.locals.com. 1 month free. When you use the promo code SWITCHY, you could join us. And guys, if you are interested in a good show out here on YouTube, the Defense Diaries podcast with Bob and Ali Mata, they are great. Got some good stuff out there. So this again could have all been an accident. Yeah, no. No, I don't buy it. Don't buy that. I don't buy that. That's not as fun as thinking of some weird sex thing that went wrong. So, all right, guys, I will see you tomorrow, probably tomorrow afternoon, like 4 or 5 o'clock, and we'll get day 2 done, day 11 wrapped up. All right. So, you guys remember, just because Karen Reed did it, even if she did at this point, she's still not guilty. They are light years away from proving her guilt at this point. So, see you guys over in Locals. Take care, everybody.